Thank you, Aether. We can do without you. Hello, Green Wolves. Hi, Ninja Blade. Been a while.
How's everyone in chat doing?
Hello, Snick. Yay for being here. Glad you're here then.
So, thankfully, we may not have to worry about any internet troubles.
Yeah, we're actually here this time.
It's not that, just new router.
The
Again,
question is, are we actually here?
Good
We
question.
could be there.
I mean, all it takes is one big zicky boogie.
And LB takes 1d4 points of damage.
Hey, I stopped myself.
I mean, you set it up. I just knocked it down.
I will be right back just real quick.
Yep. So I say in about a couple minutes we can get with Levi's journal, and then we can start session.
The Journal of Spurn.
I heard something completely different, and I'm gonna leave it at that.
Try not to laugh here after you said that.
Nick wants us to take a sippy? No way.
Alright. Sure. Frack.
Too late. Already got a sippy. Ah.
That went down the wrong pipe.
Don't do that. It going down the right pipe is vital for your health. So, Levi, whenever you are ready.
One moment. Okay. Just had to satisfy a curiosity on my end. Now,
On your mark.
I realize I don't have that open yet, but that has been rectified. Let's see. Here's to the kindness that you once showed, the melodies you shared as we all growed. Here's to the strength that you carried along, to stand for your beliefs, to keep us strong. Here's to the compassion that you had in your craft, with lyrics of feeling, to cry, to laugh. Here's to the patience you had for me, when I didn't listen to you, when I chose to be free. You're not perfect, and I wouldn't ask you to be. You broke away from it because you wanted to see what the world had to give, and while you took the key like me, you gave it away so that I could live. We never got to talk, to be who we are. You knew of my fate. It would have been hard to let go of me, but wishing on a star wouldn't do it. So you made the sacrifice so I wouldn't lose it. I'll wear your name and memory like a scar and set the bar ever higher to reach the stars. I wish I knew you before, but it would have been a crutch. But now you live in peace, free of all this such, so let this be your rest. And I'll live on as much as I can, and may your better memory be remembered, untouched. It's been a lot since I last wrote a journal entry. How are you all doing? I hope you've been well. I've had the luxury of staring Yveltal in the face a couple of times before being told it wasn't my time yet. being lost in an abyss, facing off against zealots, facing off against whatever the fuck that guy's name is at this point. Ingle. Whatever he became. Anyway, finding Luvy's parents and finally handling mine. I know, just about every time I write into this thing, it's rarely ever good news or positive news. It's always about a conflict, always about what we've done, who we faced off against, the pain we have to shoulder to move forward. Well, not this time. This time, okay, I'm not happy, but I'm improving. This is something that I've wanted to do for a while now. This is a chapter finally closed. Even then, it wasn't like I was selfish about it either. I wanted to go down there to take care of my parents, and instead it turned into a full-on raid with several teams involved. And so right on schedule, we were able to save people from being sacrificed. That's something to be happy about, right? So let's see. Something that doesn't involve violence or serious things. Wow. This is a lot harder than I realized. You know what? Future plans. I can hit that. I have had an idea that while it may involve violence, no one's going to get hurt. I'm going to be working with Cleo to make something happen. She's actually quite nice when you get to know her. Sure, she's the tit for tat kind of lady, but given her background, who can blame you? Who can blame her? We should be able to get stronger through her help and maybe have some fun along the way. Don't tell Apollo, though. He'll never let me hear the end of it before we even start. Some fun would be a good idea. Anything to distract me from this. Though there is the matter of my parents' belongings. I wonder what's all in there. No one else is going to need it, and technically it is mine now. End of entry.
Fun times.
It's been a while since I wrote one of these. I'm actually quite happy that on how the poem flowed. Free form is the way to go.
What happens when you turn around and end up in the same exact place that you just came from?
You multiplied.
No, a loop.
Lacy glares. So with that, we can get into it. So who should we start with today?
I nominate and vote for Alvi.
Okay.
You've been voluntold.
I've been voluntold. So, I'm guessing it's next day at this rate.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm going to go by the assumption that he's just entered back in after, checking in, and goes over to where his parents are and says, "So, how are you two feeling today?"
Better than we were. That's for sure, at least. I can walk, to an extent. How about your mother? I'm alive. Turns out, it's quite surprising how much these people can do. I misjudged them.
Maybe you take a little too much and judging a little too quickly. Look, I'm not gonna even sugarcoat it. We need to talk.
Yes, we do. There's a lot to talk about.
First of all, what happened? Like, what happened shortly after I left? I've only seen the beginning of what became of you, which was when you walked away from your journal and found yourself face to face with a kidnapping. The only thing I heard was screaming at that point.
You were there.
No, I wasn't. It's hard to explain.
What are you, some kind of seer now?
No, that would be Padrock, actually. I don't have the gift of psychic. Though I
Right.
do have gifts in other places.
Well, with the way you look now, I can only imagine. Get some of that rare type change water.
By accident, I thought it was normal drinking water. Mount Horn was a place of multiple different things and different layers, different levels and cave systems. It was hard to really track back what happened.
Is that where you've been?
Yes. I couldn't bring myself to stay too far away in case something happened, but because I never really was informed, turns
Something
out
happened.
And even to this day, after learning about that, going on a mad, I guess, chase, trying to figure out where your whereabouts, everything. Nothing. Then you just show up in the middle of a camp when we least expected it.
Well, to answer your question, we were kidnapped about a month ago. Turns out, these cultist people, whoever they are, took interest in the things that we were guarding. The ruins. You were too young to really know about them before you left, but we had taken up an oath to guard the ruins of the old city. Frankly, this is an oath that our family took many, many generations ago. And unfortunately, it's an oath that we were bound to even now. You just shake your head. But, well, given what happened, I don't think there's anything we can do about that, you know? The
Well,
ruins are desecrated.
yeah. I arrived there in the aftermath when everything was just a ghost town. The only thing we found was an empty vault, many graves, and a single Espeon.
I don't know anything about Nespion, but the graves, well, that was the tomb of your ancestors. Those who guarded before us, and even my mother and father. I'm going on a tangent. I apologize, Elavie. It's been hectic this past month.
I can only imagine. I never noticed it before, but you have those marks on your hands.
Yes, these crazy marks. About a week after we were kidnapped, they put these on us using some sort of magic.
Wait. Hold, just stop right there. They put it on you?
Yes. Is that surprising?
Yes, because we've been under the impression this entire time that you were supposed to be born with that. Levi's a living example.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Okay, but do go on.
Whatever these marks are supposed to mean. Supposedly, we were to be offered. I'm not quite sure what that means, but
You
I
don't
can only
want to
imagine
know.
it means death.
I'll tell you right now, it's not something you would want to see for yourself. Not unless you were truly prepared for it.
Given that,
You know what?
given that
you know
stone
what-
pedestal we saw, I can imagine.
Do you know what the feeling of the void is? Like nothingness?
But Alavi, she just looks straight at him. I've been living in a void for the past 2 decades.
Not one like this.
You couldn't imagine what losing you is like.
I know. It's... I don't... Look, there's no way I can apologize for this. I don't know where to even start.
You're here now. And I'll be damned if you're gonna leave again. We may not be able to go home, but as long as I know that you're safe and you will come back at the end of the day, then that's what I need. That's what we need.
Well... maybe then you can get to know some of the people here, because despite all appearances, they're very resourceful.
Unless I misjudged these.
Try not to say
Suppose I
that word.
shouldn't say that. I apologize. The lives that we lived, they're very different from this life.
Yeah, I can imagine. Though, I kind of had the same culture shock as you are having it right now. You want to know why?
Well, I can imagine, but do tell.
Well, imagine living the better half of those 2 decades as a hermit, out in the wilds, and then being brought here. Culture shock is not the word.
It's a silly thought, you know? We've lived as a royal family, yet what royalty really was there after the things that happened? What were we ruling over? What were we in charge of?
Small town.
A village in the middle of a forest with nothing to show for it.
You did, though, in some way. You had me, but then I wasn't there.
Indeed.
I did, however, save the one last thing that was left there. He pulls
Wow.
off the King's Rock from his ear and just kind of holds it out. It's like, I managed to save this at the very least.
That old relic.
I know it doesn't mean much, but sentimentality and all.
You know, I never got the chance to see that when I was born. My entire life.
You hadn't?
It'd been hidden from us for a long time. Apparently, when our ancestors decided to take oath to hide the ruins, they hid that as well. Don't know what for, but whatever that seal light did,
Emil?
it... Right.
Would you believe that he was originally a Mianshao?
Given what the documents say, yes, I believe it. There's a lot of information in those documents.
There's so many things that happened in the relation to Emil. Ariel, his sister, who was actually here, in this town.
That two-tailed Mianshao.
That's the very one.
She's sweet, you know. She's very unlike anyone we've ever met.
You're telling me she was the one that went out of her way to translate all the documents that, you know... I don't know which one of you wrote it, but someone did.
None of us. Emil wrote those.
Oh, I must have been misjudged that. Okay, never mind. Oh, now I'm getting awkward.
Your father has been working to translate those documents himself. Try and put them in the modern tongue. But the key that Emil left is... Well, it's proven useful, it's still very complex. Whatever language the old city used, it's... You can tell it's a derivative, or rather, ours is a derivative to it, but there's still so many differences. 3,000 years of difference.
Oh,
and evolution of entire language.
That does remind me. He just starts filtering through his bag and pulls out the diary. He's just like, I believe this is yours.
I found it.
I kept it with me when we found it originally. Never let it leave my sight.
He just takes it and looks it over. Flipping through the pages.
This was how I knew that you had gone missing.
This really takes me back, you know. Another quiet day. Not much has happened in the past few weeks. It was a good sign.
And then it wasn't, but that's all in the past now, I guess.
The naivety that went into this. The parade. That's silly.
So, is there anything you wanted to ask me? I know you've probably got many questions.
Yes. What have you been doing these past 2 decades? You said you went to Mount Horn, but... well...
I taught myself natural medicine.
So I see.
Put simply, yes, while I was out and about, I couldn't rely on myself for everything. So what I did is, I made a reputation. Even if I lived alone, if I made enough of a reputation to where people couldn't be bothered to either attack me or even so much as, you know, have a reason to do so, I would be able to live in peace. But as you can see, that eventually came to a stop.
Hmm.
Now I live here.
You joined a rescue team.
Yes, joined a rescue team and been through quite a few things. So many different things. Things you wouldn't even believe existed. Distortions. Getting a patron. Without even knowing it.
No? Who's that?
Jirachi.
Oh, really?
It was how I healed him. A brisk shade of light. I can manifest once every so often. Create a cure so powerful that it can cure even the strongest of ailments, but even in some cases it's not enough. I can only do so much with a minor blessing such as this.
A wish.
Yeah, a wish.
A very interesting blessing.
Let's just say Jirachi took a liking to me after I willingly gave away my wish for someone else.
You know that our families had a patron too, right?
Hmm? And who was that?
The Princess of the Cavern. Have you heard of her?
Not in recent time. Could you describe them?
Well, she very much looks like a princess. Floats on a stone. And she can control magic unlike anything you've ever seen. Her name's Diancie.
Right. I've heard of that one. They're the only one that has gems kind of built into their body, kind of like I have here.
Sort
It's the
of.
only thing. It's the only thing I could find that was, similar to my own self. I thought that something had, like, at the time when I first evolved and suddenly sprouted a lot more crystalline structure than I had before. I thought something was a little bit awry. I did do some research, but I couldn't quite find too much because I wasn't able to read.
Well, she did have servants, so to speak. Let me remember who they were. Have you heard of the Pokemon Carbink?
No, I've never come across one.
Well, they're a lot like Diancie, just smaller, and while they share some of her abilities, their role was to maintain her kingdom, so to speak. At least what was left of it.
Then what happened?
Well, a mill happened.
Right.
Diancie wasn't just our patron, she was our ancestor.
So, our entire family tree comes from...
Theoretically, yes, as the old documents say. How? I'm not sure. Maybe she had a wish like you and went to Jirachi. Who knows?
That's a lot to take in, honestly.
I
It still
haven't-
doesn't it still doesn't explain the well. Good grief.
I have no idea what that was on my phone. Anyways,
It's like, but it still doesn't quite explain. Well, normally, from what I've seen, getting type changed usually only just changes the color of your body. In most cases, the fact I have all these gems on my body had made me think of otherwise.
maybe it was a natural development rather than type changing.
I mean, I don't know. I just feel quite comfortable in this form. It's just Patrock's already evolved, and we've more than gone past the state of when I should have evolved, and just haven't. Haven't had a need to. I honestly don't know what made that why that may be. Maybe it's just the comfort, or
Might be worth investigating. Well,
I'm not too worried about it. It's just, you know, curious.
Miko just puts a paw on his shoulder. Whatever it is, you've still grown. That much is certain.
Hmm.
Quite a bit, too.
Characteristically or figuratively?
In every way. I remember when you were just a Fennekin, not even type changed, just a normal little fox. Similar to the way your mother was before she evolved. You were so nosy too.
I remember very distinctly that I was not at all happy at one point.
Mhm.
Something really kind of drove me into just finding out every little bit in detail, and well, I found out about the little secret.
Mhm.
I'm not going to say it here.
Mhm.
And I think that was what inevitably drove me into my decision. Then, finding out you had gone missing, I regretted every second of it. Should
Very
have
well.
stayed. I should have stayed. But there's no point worrying over it now. You're here.
Indeed.
But maybe I can make it up to you somehow.
How so?
Well, I know you wanted to teach me something at one point. I've just never really had interest in it.
The family
time.
legacy.
I wasn't. Yeah. Effectively that, yeah.
It's a funny thing, you know. Given what you've become, you may benefit from it more than we ever have.
I don't follow.
Our family legacy goes into the move Diamond Storm. Have you ever heard of it?
You're making me think like somebody dug up a bunch of diamonds and started throwing them at them.
Well, the latter's true, to an extent. Remember when your mother said that the Unsea has magic you've never seen before?
Oh. Oh, wait, is this like this? Is this some sort of version of Sandstorm?
Not quite. Perhaps it'd be better if we showed you, but not in here.
Oh no, of course not in here, and especially not while you're injured.
One of these days I'll have to teach it to you. Then you can carry the mantle. Well, figuratively you already are, but he just points at the crown.
Yeah. Right. Jericho, you seem awful busy over there.
Eh? Oh, no, I'm just, taking care of things in the office.
You've been back and forth through that door 4 times now.
Honestly, didn't even realize it was that many times. Either way, quick thing. How are you two feeling? Do you need any bandages?
Honestly, you've given us about all the medical attention we could ever get. We could ever want. All of you, have been a great help. And I have to thank you.
Glad to hear. I suppose then the rest would be the best option. But if you have any need, say the word, and we'll do our best to help you out.
We will be allowed to go outside, correct?
Well, that depends. Can you stand?
He just slowly floats out the bed.
That counts too.
Olivia kind of just has a little bit of a snicker, like he's just like, I mean, to be fair, he's standing.
And he just kind of floats back and sits down again.
Flooding counts. So long as you don't get tired.
I have practiced and trained my mind for many years.
I believe it. I said. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
That aside, I suspect we'll be going outside at some point very soon because, well, between you and me, we've been kind of trapped in a tent for the past week. It hasn't been pleasant.
I'm guessing you're getting cabin fever?
You don't even know.
Well, whenever you're ready to head out, the door's open for the both of you. So long as you can remain standing, and, well, even if you can't, I have a very strong feeling you'll have a capable healer next to you, just in case something goes awry.
Jericho, you're embarrassing me.
Better be embarrassed in front of your parents instead of someone else, right?
You just see the fox give a very toothy grin before shrugging.
You know, one of these days, it would be nice to just go for a walk with you.
I mean, we could just do it now if you're feeling up to it.
Not quite yet. Give it a little bit. Unfortunately, we need to make sure that we're in perfect, or at least passable condition. Wouldn't want to upset the dog.
Honestly, I would give it another day. That roughly would take care of it.
Of course.
Stay. Livy. We could give both of them a berry smoothie.
You know, that might be a good idea.
And with the berries, we can also just add in a couple of healing ones, just to accelerate the few things.
You've been taking after the Raichu, haven't you?
Actually, been taking after my fire-type brother, who, well, got it from watching others. So I suppose, to a degree, yeah?
I'm sure Leviticus would be proud.
Jericho, you're starting to sound like a chain market.
What's that supposed to mean?
You learn from one other that learned from another, to which also learned that secret from the prior. You know how it goes. The chain of events.
Well, how did you learn how to read, Luvi?
That's different.
Is it?
Everything comes from somewhere.
Either way.
Everything comes from somewhere, then that would probably explain what all these gems are in my body for.
Either way. To the both of you. Do you have a favorite berry?
I haven't really thought much about it. For the most part, we've just eaten the things that are brought to us.
I see. Then I
So
suppose...
in short, you never picked one.
Indeed.
It could be a fun activity.
I mean, to be fair, my favorite I found out is Rost.
Might be something to look into. I'm sure we've had raspberries before.
I'm sure when looking you'll recognize them no problem. But... I suppose a better question is, do you like sweet things or sour things? Perhaps spicy or bitter? Or is that also not something you focused on too much?
Well, let me think. It's kind of mulls it over a little bit.
You'd think I'd be a fan of dry food, but I'm not really all that too crazy about it.
I've actually taken quite a liking to sour foods. What about you, dear? Well, I have a particular taste for salty things.
Oh, out of character. Comment restrained.
That makes two of us.
Combat restrained? What?
Don't worry about it.
You'll learn when you get older. Anyways.
Let's see.
What?
So, sour things and... salty. I dare say bitter, in a way.
Well, particular meals. How to explain it? Most of the things that I've eaten have been seasoned fairly well.
Okay.
You did always like the gourmet feasts, didn't you? Hey, it's in my family.
Oh boy, here we go.
Tell you what. I'll go see what I can do to get both you a nice drink. You gonna be alright by yourself, Olivia?
Yes, I'll be fine.
Understood. Let's see, a citrus, a lum, and an asperberry should be pretty sour, but maybe I should go further.
Jericho, do not make it super sour to where their face puckers in.
Oh, it won't be that bad.
Out of character, I'm already picturing the lemon face.
That's exactly the face I was talking about.
I had to restrain just bursting out laughing.
I have a huge smirk on my face, and you'll
Mhm.
find out why in a little while.
Okay.
Damn it.
Yeah, that command doesn't really work too often.
No, it just has to make sure the link ends in PNG or GIF or what have you.
Whatever.
No worries.
It's just here.
Let's
Yeah,
see.
right.
I'm gonna just head over to Sunrose and see if I can put something together here. That's gonna be me just typing in chat.
And I think we can move on to the next person.
Yeah.
So, who should we go to next?
I can go next.
Sweet.
Sending you to the scythe.
And that is what led me here. Apollo finished recounting.
Yeah, character, give me a second. I need to drink some water. My throat has been acting up for a while.
Ooh. Take a sippy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, hopefully that's better. Thank you, Green Wolves. That's definitely quite a tale. So that's all you can recall?
It's all I can recall right now. And, well, a few people recommended I talk to you about possibly delving into this, because, well, maybe it is just gut intuition, but I think there's more to this puzzle than is coming to mind. And I want your help. Peeling
Well,
back
welcome.
anything else I may know.
Well, given how long it's been, it'll be a particularly deep dive. But I'll see what I can do.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Of course, dear. Okay. He just takes a deep breath, looking at him. Do you think you're
Apollo
ready
is
then?
closing his eyes.
He just lightly strokes his head, puts another paw on his cheek. Deep breaths, slow, in, then out. Relax, and picture yourself as with flow of water.
Powder.
Apollo does as he's instructed. As far as his memory goes, this is not the first time he's done this, and thus a lot of what he's doing is coming back to him pretty naturally. And just like that, he's not quite asleep, but he's definitely nodded himself into a state of serenity.
She slowly sits down in front of him, puts her paws on his shoulders, closes her eyes. Are you ready?
Let's begin.
And moments later, you can start to see something appear around him while his eyes are closed.
Boy. I can't see a thing. Oh my god, how big is this map?
Okay.
Oh, there we are.
What do you
Apollo-
see, dear?
It's a room. I'm standing on a rug. There are two lamps, and an entryway, maybe 10 or 15 feet wide, but that's about it. My vision's still a little foggy.
Take a few steps around. I'll be with you.
Okay. Paulo begins pacing his way around the room, trying to see anything he can.
For the most part, it seems empty. Save for the occasional footprints on the rug. Various Pokemon.
What would Apollo be able to identify any Pokemon by the footprint?
Row Pokemon head.
Wow, okay.
It's a decent roll.
That's a pretty good roll. Give me a second.
Oh, this is hilarious. The number that came up, it just doesn't make sense.
And one more. Side. So Apollo can recognize certain paw prints of what he can tell to be a Quilava. And another Pokemon being... Let's see. He can see footprints of a Scyther and some particularly large footprints he can't quite understand. But they go deep into the rug, as if the Pokemon were heavy.
Alright. Paulo would walk around this hallway here.
Go ahead.
I'm back in that place I saw in the other dimension. Paulo would muse.
And who do you see?
There's a lot to see, but I see a Granbull dead. Just at their computer. Like they never had a chance.
Do you know how the Granbull died?
No. Paulo would approach Granbull and look the body over.
He can see... Sorry, hold on. Anyways, he can see 2 holes in his head.
Bullet holes by the look of it. Execution style. They were assassinated.
From the looks of it, that does seem correct.
Then, over this way. Hang on just a moment. I need to pull something up on my end. Let's see. It's Croc, dead as well. Paula said, approaching and taking a look at what their cause of death was.
This seems to be a similar case, except one hole goes into the back of the head and the other goes into the face.
It was a clean shot through. Another assassination, never even saw it coming. And then you, a Bisharp.
And this one has one hole that looks like it had a little more difficulty going into the chest. And the other is in the head.
This one looked like it was able to put up more of a fight. The armor initially blunted the initial shot, but the headshot was ultimately the killer.
So an assassin came through and killed all these Pokemon.
And then this is me.
You appear to be just sort of frozen in place, running past the Scyther.
Paul looks at the Scyther just one more time to try and refresh himself. He died.
Roll a focus.
Come on. Goes down.
So the Scyther, his right foot looks like he was about to step out of the chair before he was shot in the head. And you can see the remains of what looks like gunpowder on his shoulders.
Gunpowder on the shoulders, but why would it be there unless... out of character, when you say gunpowder on the shoulders, are you talking about, like, gunpowder residue, or...?
Residue.
Okay.
And as you investigate the Scyther, it looks like he was perfectly sat in the chair, given his position.
He was moved here by someone else. Set up in like a frame. But now that begs the question. If it wasn't you who killed those people, then who was it?
And you initially thought he was just asleep. Given the way your story was, you ran past him thinking he was asleep, thinking that it was just mere luck that got you out of there. But there was a lot more to it than that, wasn't there?
If that's the case, I guess even then I wasn't totally immune to the effects of adrenaline inhibiting my senses.
Adrenaline does tend to do that. You're in a rush. You run past, you don't even think about anything. You just think about getting out. Everything else doesn't matter. You don't notice the finer details. Even though subconscious, you can see them, you can process them, but they don't stand out to you.
Paul leans in and examines the Scyther more, trying to figure out if they were asleep or something had put them to sleep.
It turns out he was never asleep.
So they were letting me escape. But why after 2 years? Why then?
Are you sure he was ever awake when you passed him?
How would that be possible, though? I mean, we just discovered he was never asleep, but now he's not awake?
What you thought was sleep wasn't asleep. He was dead the entire time.
But then who killed them?
Whoever this assassin was. You were told, weren't you?
I wasn't told.
You never talked to the mayor. Denzel.
Haven't it? At the time, the mayor was my father.
Indeed. But who is it that you got the records from? Out of character, you would talk to Denzel and he gave you the records of the incident.
Yeah. That would have been Denzel.
And he told you who your father hired.
But awful quiet.
We're clarifying things that
Okay.
need to be clarified earlier.
Sorry.
My apologies.
Take your time.
It was Elvar. Elvar did this.
Toxtricity with the gun.
He does seem like the kind of person who could pull something like this off and be smart enough to get away with it without leaving a trail behind.
One that even Zenaida couldn't follow.
There aren't many people who could do that.
Like a very dangerous fellow, then.
So that was how I got out there.
A young child freed by a mercenary hired by his dad. And the mercenary killed all these people. After you
Oh.
left, where do you remember going?
I just remember going on the road. Never staying in one place for too long. I wanted to stay away from Cassia City, because I knew if someone was going to be on my trail looking for me, knowing that I'd gone on the road from wherever it was, the first place they'd go to try and look for me would be Cassia City, because that was where all the rescue teams were. So I struck out north.
And wound up in Humbletown.
Exactly. The rest is just history from there.
Do you remember the exact trail that you took?
I've asked a question. I never really stayed on any one trail for too long. Mainly just to the deerling paths. But I remember there being a lot of open space. So it would have been going through the Soul Plains and across a few of the river basins to get to Humbletown. It was there that I met that Absol. I was with Eaton and a few others that day. It was right. Right there was where the type change fall was. Over here was where I ran into the Shanks pack. Got chased off by the Luxray. This was the cold night that I spent away from the caravan. This was the first rescue team that I'd met in a long time, but I stayed off their trail. They tried to give chase, but I lost them. I made it through the Misty Valley? All the way onto Drake Plateau.
You're a help active on the Drake Plateau?
Somewhere in there. It had to have been, but I'd have to go back there in order to know for certain.
Given the records, that's where Team New Dawn fought the New Masters, right?
Fought the New Masters, the Temple of Insanity's there. It's not exactly easy to get into, given the constant maelstrom that hangs over the area.
So, because you went through the Misty Valley, you couldn't tell which direction you were until you came out.
Again, dumb luck I even made it through there.
Perhaps their little guardian angel was watching over you the entire time.
Adrenaline rushes don't last that long. I just remember I kept on moving. And, well... I just remember not stopping for several days. Until I had finally gotten out of there.
And eventually, you managed to come to Humbletown.
Thank Arceus I actually made it there.
To recap, you woke up, your arms were bound, and you got free from those bindings. You went down the hole, past a Scyther that you thought was asleep, but had been shot. Eventually, you came out of the place into the mountain area and into the Misty Valley.
Exactly. I wasn't about to go back into my bindings.
And you saw footprints on the rug.
It was Quilava, a Scyther, and something else. Something big.
Can you describe the footprints?
Think, Apollo. Think. Out of character roll focus.
You don't need to this time.
They were... I mean, they were obviously big, but there was 3 pointed toes on them.
A heavy Pokemon with large footprints and 3-pointed toes. And a Quilava.
Yeah.
What do you think the Quilava was?
All thanks to himself. Don't remember meeting many Quilava. At least not back in the day.
Well, which is the one who worked with the new masters? Were they a Quilava at the time?
They were with the new masters. Oriana?
It very well have been her.
That couldn't have been possible. She'd have been young at the time.
There's a potential that maybe this was before the new masters formed, and there's still a rogue group not even really together at the time.
And it would have made sense that Pan was still out on his own. But I thought Oriana was just a bookkeeper. What would she have been doing at a place like that?
I can't really say. These are your memories. But if we have a rough location, it may be possible to go back there.
Or at the very least, survey the area.
See what you can find.
Out of character, I'm trying to take down notes. The footprints were of a toxicity.
There were a Quilava footprints, the Scyther that you found dead, and these large three-pointed footprints.
All right. Apollo opened his eyes, shook his head a moment. What in the world would she have been doing there?
There's no way you can ask her now.
Unless there was some way to communicate with the dead, but that's neither here nor there. Allura,
Yes, Apollo?
thank you. This helped a lot.
Of course, dear.
Apollo would lean forward and headbutt with Allura, just giving her a very light nuzzle.
He wraps her arms around him, lightly strokes his head. I will be happy to help you at any time, dear.
Thank you very much. After a moment,
you find what you're looking for.
here's to hoping. Apollo would say before pulling away and stretching out his legs a bit.
What do you intend to do now?
Enjoy a bit of my time off, and well, see what the others on the team have been up to. Patrick and Levi were making noise about having gone back to Malva City. By now they should be back, and well, I want to pick their brain about it. Alavi's currently dealing with stuff involving their family, and he needs a space to make sure he can sort everything on that front out on his own terms.
Sounds like you got a pretty calm day ahead then.
They're nice to have once in a while.
Take care of yourself, dear.
Will do. To that, Paul gives one more side rub to Allura, and then heads for the door.
And with that, I think we can go to Levi and Padrock.
Well, that was certainly educational.
That suite was out of character, by the way.
Oh, same with the comment. Both the educational comment was also out of character. That was in regards to what Apollo was going to say.
Okay, because I thought you were saying that in character of Levi, referring to the way funeral was handled.
To be fair, it would have also applied. Now that you mention it, so fair enough.
Look at you guys trying to protect yourselves.
Anyway, Levi and Patrick will return the teleporter as expected. Levi having several items to his possession. Most of it to keep, but quite a bit of it to give. Even so, he would just take a moment to set it all down on the table for a bit and just take a very slow but a deep breath, collecting his thoughts, just taking a minute.
As Levi does that, Badrock would put a reassuring hand on Levi's shoulder.
despite knowing Patrick was there, there would be a slight jolt to Levi, but nothing too much. As he just stands there. So, the deal's been sealed. That part's done. A bit of a poem, a bit of time, and well, a few memories to keep.
Indeed.
What do you make of all this, Padrock?
It's good we were able to get them a more proper resting place, I guess. It's hard to think of good things to say when it comes to death.
Well,
I guess we did a good thing today.
I say we did. You're right. There's nothing easy about what we did. I just know that it's done. That said, 2 of these don't belong to me. I need to make sure it gets to those. I need to make sure it gets to who it belongs to.
What do you mean?
He would set down all of the urns and point out, there are 4.
Ah.
It wasn't just my parents.
He also has a case with the other parents' belongings.
He also has the case that belonged to his parents.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all contained in a clear case. The urns are separate from that, though.
Mm-hmm.
Those in the business from mixing 2 words together, that's forns.
So
Even
these
then.
are going to the other family members?
Yep. Bear in mind, as time's gone on, while I was one of the few, more and more people have been getting away from that cult, choosing a different path, a different life. And pretty much all of us, we don't walk away from there without scars. And me? Well, as I said in the poem, I never really even knew my parents all that well. They just kind of had a title. I mean, sure, they taught me quite a bit, but admittedly, you, to say nothing of the rest of the team, has taught me more.
I appreciate that a lot.
It's a bit of jealousy in that, but I digress. What were you saying? Oh.
When Padrock rubs the back of his head. When it comes to certain aspects of life, I could say the same about you and the others as well.
Yeah, you were. Huh. I guess you and I come from similar backgrounds of limited knowledge, huh?
Padrock nods his head.
Don't know much about the world till you go and see the world for yourself. I guess that's why people become rescuers. That said,
on that note, before we left, I did promise I would tell Leela about something. And I guess you should be there for me to tell you about it as well. For not keeping secrets from the rest of the party.
sure thing. Let me. Levi would wave, but his arms are full and his tail is carrying a bag, so he's gonna keep walking for now.
Wait a second.
Where is Leela currently?
He's by the lake. Yep. 1 second.
Understood.
I had a bit of a lag spike, and I thought it was just me, but seems like the stream has also got buffered.
OBS had another fit. I'm just gonna stop recording when I stream. Anyways, we should be okay. Are you back?
Yeah, we're back. I'm
Yeah, we're
looking at it
back.
right now.
Anyways, proceed.
So Levi's going to head down past Emmy's Tavern and move past tables. Rain does look over, noticing the amount of stuff Levi has, just stares from him before keeping quiet for now. Meanwhile, Levi would just stop here.
Im Nightshade gives a little glance over at him, just continues drinking their tea.
Actually, he's going to move down a little bit more and just circle around. Is Rhea just like chugging tea?
Chug, 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 chug.
It's just one of those days, isn't it?
I'm gonna give Alavi 2d4 points of damage if he does that again.
Chug!
Like, I just looked over to see like a whole kettle just chugging. Like, you good? It's just one of those afternoons. Either way,
For now, she's just drinking some juice. I mean, she glances at Levi when he comes.
and unfortunately for Levi, well, it would not take long to just glance at his hands to realize exactly what he has.
So he did it.
He would just take a step forward between the two of them and just set down both, making sure that both of them both urns are stable before looking up to the two. While the raid was happening, I already arranged prior to make sure that we had a set of friends to take care of this part. or whether I say I arranged it, more like I brought up the thought and others arranged it. I guess I just spoke to the right people. Either way. Yes. The Zealot camp, the one that you and I both know, the one where that happened the most, is no longer operational.
So, no more sacrifices.
Unless they do it somewhere else. No. That altar was very important. Given the fact that they were trying to take people there, and specifically for that, I have a feeling if there's other sites, they're not used.
He just looks at the urns and it's kind of quiet for a moment. Skyla is just kind of looking at them with slight curiosity, slight tension.
They are... Oh, go ahead.
I never thought I'd be near Mom and Dad again. Even if it's like this.
To answer the question that you gave me before we set about doing this, I did, as I said I would. I would just kind of figure it out. I don't exactly know. I didn't exactly know where to do it. I just kind of... Everything got sent over to Malva, and when after the process, I just read a poem. Something in good faith. I brought Padrock with me. I honestly, I needed I needed the support. So, thanks, Padrock.
Anytime.
Well, evidently my sister thought the same thing.
Hmm?
I wasn't just gonna sit still after that happened. When Lycia told me that they were gonna be raiding the base, I had to come over.
It's good to have support. Very good, in fact.
It's good to have family. Even if we haven't seen each other in many years.
He would just, like, Levi just looks to it and just kind of goes quiet for a moment before glancing over to Padrock. Yeah. Yeah, it is. In one way or another.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. Like, I don't even know where I'd put it. I'll find something.
That makes both of us. I have an idea, but
I
don't know.
honestly don't even have a place to stay, other than the clinic.
I'm sure someone can get that arranged for you.
Well, if anything, I guess, you know, Richville has some housing support for sale, so maybe we can look into that sometime.
Maybe. For now, I'm going to alleviate some of this. He will glance over to Padrock. Actually, I know I can put this for now. You ready?
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's go see what's going on then.
So sorry for what, Glade? See?
That little jab.
Oh, yeah. Levi Lubeck and Rhea.
Hmm?
For all the times you came around with a tough love, thanks.
There, I suppose. She just takes the case and puts it up on the table.
With that, with the urns delivered, Levi's going to just kind of stick with Padrock for now.
Part of the reason why earlier I was unsure was because this would be a bit of an awkward conversation in front of the whole Blackthorn team.
And I always pull her away.
Padra's gonna step over and lean, give a small wave.
She's looking in the water and she's kind of perks when she sees a wave out of the corner of her eye and looks over. Oh. Hey, Padrock.
Hey, Leela.
Are you doing okay?
I think we should talk about it. It wouldn't be too bad if you were to step away from the team for a bit, would it?
I mean, if you want to talk, then I'll be happy to.
I'm just gonna nod, motioning her to and to Levi to follow as they step over to, as he leads them over to a more quiet area.
Oh, hey, Leela. How you doing?
Pika Padge.
That's been well.
Good.
It's... Well, it's... Honestly, it's been a little, awkward since we went to that base and did all that. I still don't really know what to think about that mission.
A lot of people are happy for what they did, but I'm not too sure about those of us that went inside. I think those that are outside are just happy to take down who they did. But
It was quite a fight, especially with that dragon. I don't even know what it was called.
if I recall right, something known by Carlos. Something I read in the book before that I didn't know existed till now. Anyway,
He looks over at Paddock.
Padrock glances in the window. As far as he can tell, it looks shut enough. I'll let Harzath decide how thin the window is, as Padrock starts explaining.
Well, he's not
So-
necessarily trying to eavesdrop. He has something he wants to say about it at some point, but I'll go ahead and roll it. Oh, good gracious.
I think even if it was double pane, those sonar ears of yours would pick it up.
What will location be like? Do go ahead.
Padrock takes a deep breath as he leans against the wall. So, the other day, you remember when we were just about to take that trip to Malva? Padrock looks at Levi.
Oh. I thought it was a question for Leela, but yeah, I do.
Out of character, I said the wrong town name, but just pretend he said the right town name.
Lilac Sound. Either way,
Yes,
yeah, I got you.
Lilac. Yeah. So when I went to go tidy up at the library, my parents were just walking into town. That Ritzville housing thing, they'd got some housing through that program, but I only found that out at the end of the conversation. As you can probably guess, my evolution was quite visible.
Levi immediately picked up on where this was going and just made sure his hands were empty. Just urns set aside. Case set aside.
God forbid you drop them.
God forbid he drops them. And with that, he just kind of sticks his tail in the ground and leans against that general direction and just listens.
Mom did not take it well. Not at all. If anything, seeing me like this sent her into a kind of panic spiral.
What
Why?
did she do?
She after I admitted how I had lied about the promise I had shown, she couldn't take it, and as far as she was concerned, I couldn't possibly be her son. She left after that.
Hold on. She... I get being upset about a lie. That's one thing, but she disowned you?
Yes. It was every I could see every hope that she had built crashing down in her eyes. Padrock leans into Leel's hug.
You just holds him tightly. not even saying anything.
Okay. She. You see Levi trying to come up with the words and maintain some level of calm. But as he tries to speak, it's kind of like a never ending match, just constantly getting relit, just thinking about this. Just like, sparks up, but calms down. Sparks up, calms down. It's like, and then he finally finds the words. How could she have so much faith in something that hasn't happened yet?
It's Padrock looks at the ground. From what I've been told, Grandma's predictions for the weather, for what environmental disasters might befall the farm, were accurate to minutes, even seconds at a time. I've seen the record logs. I relied on the hidden pages of it to fake having visions. For her, so was a lot of precedent for her final seeming miraculous prophecy. That's one side of the coin. The other, I think the other is it's the last thing she had hope in after everything.
The last thing she had hope in was you fulfilling some prophecy.
Giving meaning, some worth to all the tragedy that had befallen the family.
And you're not already doing that? With everything that we've done, you're not already doing that?
With everything we've been doing, I wasn't the one to pick them out of that
I'm sorry.
farm to give them housing. I didn't carry on about whatever this family tradition was, he says, holding the staff up to look it over. I know it doesn't make complete sense, but it things that come from a place of emotion don't always do.
That's no reason to just shut someone out of your life. It's not. Quite literally, had it not been for you, so many more people would have been done, gone, dusted. Myself probably included.
Do you even listen to any reason at all?
No, she was clearly shutting down in a way at the news.
I'm gonna roll something here. Padrock.
Yeah, Levi?
Okay. This is gonna be personal, but I have a question. You said your mom was shutting down.
Yes.
Did you ever have a chance to meet your grandmother?
No.
Okay.
The only time memory I have of her is the last seconds before her death.
That doesn't tell me much, because the reason why I'm asking is because I remember you mentioned that your mother described your grandmother as kind of being listless and or not there after using the juice too much.
Mm-hmm.
And thus, I was reminded when you said your mom began to shut down. Is there similarity?
No, this is... It wasn't anything substance, it's... the refusal to accept bad news kind of shutting down, not the spaced out mental state.
I see.
I know it might sound like I'm making excuses, but not like I didn't have my part.
No, you're not making excuses, Padrock. Because bear in mind the factor that made you make this decision in the first place. Bear in mind everything that we went through that made you make this decision. From the time when we got off that airship, finishing the mission, having a good mission, and we came back and we had a bit of an argument, a discussion, based on the concepts of fate itself. And you, at the time, you were adamant that if fate says something's supposed to happen, it will happen. It should happen. There's no diversion. And then I came along and made it my mission to prove you wrong. To make sure that you believe that you had a choice. And so, hearing this, I dare say I'm part to blame.
I don't think so. I think... this was set up long before that. When I did not feel regret for my evolution for a moment. Not up until I saw her face. And even then, I think it was more guilt for helping to build it up. It wouldn't have been this bad if I hadn't lied. If I hadn't set it up to where it had need to be so.
If you weren't putting you through that, you wouldn't have had to lie in the first place. There is no reason this should have ever happened.
I'm with... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
There's no reason she'd have treated like that.
I'm going to do another roll.
You see Petrock trying to think of something to say to that.
Levi is calm, but he looks over to... I'll let you talk. I'm sorry.
No, that's just it's like you know, that he trying to think of something to reply to that, but clearly is not coming up with something.
Leela's right. What she basically did. Yes, I get it. You lied. Yes, I know. We've all lied. At least one point or another in our lives. Sometimes more bigger than others. But in this case, let's think about this from your perspective. You're trying to avoid being in trouble. Doing something that people think you should be able to do. Doing something that's been foisted upon you. Not by your choice, not by your will, but the will of someone else. And because of that, all these hopes, all these dreams, everything. And the moment that it doesn't become true, other forces do everything in its power to make sure it's supposed to. From the disappointment to trying to track you down and make sure it goes right the way that they believe it should be. In your case, no, actually. In both of our cases, it would have been consigning ourselves to a fate that was chosen for us and that neither of us would want. I didn't see the parallel until now. To be chosen to be a seer. To be marked for the chance of peace. Or for the chance of a dream. Honestly, here I thought your mom would like the fact that you were a rescuer. And given how they idolize Team New Dawn, idolize heroes, people that, when backs are against the wall, they step forward to make a difference, to make change. So why now?
I think New Dawn. Oh, actually, go ahead with Leela Glacy.
Worse. She's worse than them.
Worse than who?
With Alex.
There is an expression of pure disgust on Padron's face at hearing that. Absolutely not.
Put you through. All because of something she idolized. A god of fate.
She's not evil. She's just hurt. She's the whole village has been through a lot.
I'm sorry. I stepped out of line.
That drop. Puts his arm back around her. I promise. I swear. As she always said she was trying to give me the best life that she could, and I believed her when she said that.
Needs to let go of the notion that destiny controls our lives. If it did, let's.
Think before that happens. She needs to have a talk.
Gonna need to. Gonna need to give her time before try to talk again.
That's fine. We can give her days, weeks. months if it takes that. But make no mistake. Let me ask you this one very simple question. You care for her. You care for your dad. You care for all of them, yeah?
Padrock closes his eyes as he nods, a tear running down his muzzle.
If you care for them, they should be able to care for you. To have it one way would be parasitic. To have it neither way would be a waste of time. That being said, she cared for you until you just so happened to make your own choice. She cared for you until she got to know you. So whenever she's ready, be ready to introduce yourself again. Who you truly are. What makes you happy. What puts a smile on your face every day. What makes you want to walk. What makes you want to talk. What makes you want to live. What makes you want to explore the world. What makes you want to, well, study dreams. Delve that much deeper into psionics. What made you find the love of your life? Make sure she knows exactly who you are. Because I'm going to be honest with you. I'm friends with Padrock. Not some Delphox that follows fate. You get what I'm saying?
I do. I appreciate it.
Flowers.
Yeah, I noticed those too. It's gonna be rough going in regards to that situation, the longer this takes. But time usually is a good idea, given this happened recently. But don't wait too long.
Yeah. Who knows what would have wound up in Cassia? They might have gotten housing support, but it's not like they really had anything for money, so probably won't have the funds to stay in Richville.
Why don't we decide to be a bit of a shadow benefactor? We could talk to Apollo. Make sure they have the funds they need to keep afloat.
Well, probably have to see how long the housing support lasts for before that.
Well, we can at the very least make sure they have enough to float them for, well, first we need to see how much it costs. And then we can go from there.
If they're not giving the people they rescue enough to live by, I'm going to have strong words for whoever manages it.
Oh, you and I both. But tell you what. When that conversation happens, let us know. All of us.
I will. Though, I think it'll probably just be me and her.
You sure? Because I have no qualms being a witness to your accounts.
That can happen after, but it needs to be personal first. It needs to be personal first.
Understood.
I don't want her to end up feeling like I'm ganging up on her. That.
Anytime you need.
Head drop. Words are close. Hey. When we do go, maybe we'll bring you along too, so that when I reintroduce her to the team, I can reintroduce her to you too.
I don't know what I'd say if I saw her. I'm so angry.
I believe I would pause a moment and think about that for a bit. Actually, Leela brings up a good point. You're right. To save the conversation from going awry and or from emotions taking the better of me, it may be best to the first meeting keep it a family ordeal between you and yours. We'll be around after.
All right. And if you end up talking to Apollo or Luby, you have my permission to fill them in on this.
So long as I have your permission. Also say, if they have more questions, I can send them your way.
Question for Parzath. Is Luby looking at him through the window?
I mean, he's been staring this entire time, like just listening, and he's just like, like that 1,000-yard stare, like he's looking out through there and just like feeling the sorrow that you're feeling. It's like he doesn't know how to react to any of it. Yeah, it's that look.
Okay.
It's just like if you look toward the window, you'll see him literally just like lean.
As Hadrock leans down to pick one of the flowers, he catches the side of Aluvia out of the corner of his eyes, his head turning and meeting Aluvia eye to eye, and over the teams, over the connection between the two, Aluvia would hear in his head, "You heard that, didn't you?"
The whole thing. I was going to come out and say something, but somebody stopped me.
You know the mind connection's constant, right?
I know, but I didn't want to intrude.
I appreciate the thought.
Just all of that. I don't really know what to say. Also, could you possibly tell Levi I have something that I need to tell him?
You have the connection.
I can hear you.
Right, I keep forgetting about that. Like, both of his parents probably just see him kind of like jolt back, like, you know, the head back. It's like,
But-
right, I forgot.
Levi's gonna grab the materials, looks over to Patrick and Levi. I'll give you some time. I'm gonna see what's going on. And with that, he would just slip on inside.
You be okay?
Well, I appreciate having the company a little longer.
I'll stay here with you.
Or should I go back with you?
Whatever you need.
Bedrock thinks for a moment before sitting cross-legged on the grass. I think these flowers smell nice.
Sorry, I got a little emotional. I didn't even notice.
I wasn't expecting it, but I
Haddock.
promise she's not that bad.
I know. I know. I was thinking.
Sorry, out of character. Could you repeat that, Glacy?
I wasn't thinking.
Wasn't thinking.
He just holds her in his lap.
It'll be okay. It has to be.
It will. I'll do everything I can to make sure of that.
Just holds him tightly.
I think we can transition scenes from here.
I guess it'd be to figure out what Luby called upon Levi for.
Very good reason, in fact.
So yeah, Levi's gonna he just would stroll into the infirmary, set his stuff down, and look at Luby and tilt his head. What's up?
Well, you see him sitting on the side of the bed that's closest to the pair, and he says, "You know how we found out that my parents had markings, right?"
Yeah. What about it?
Has it ever been told to you that there may be a magical application to this whole thing?
I admittedly thought it was alchemic, but yes.
You explicitly pointed out how the mark you're born with.
No. What I said was when I was born, I was looked at. Apparently, there was some quality about me that they liked, and I was marked. It happened when I was born, not upon being born.
So, the whole implication of marking someone even many years into their lifespan wouldn't be too far out of the question?
No, that's weird. Why would they do that?
Points to his parents.
Maybe Ian just kind of shifts uncomfortably.
They were both marked, even though they never had it for the longest time of their lifespan, so far as I've been told. This was recent.
That's weird.
Which is why I brought you here. I know you two are not going to like the idea that I called Levi here, but I feel like you would want an expert on the marking.
Let's just... Levi just looks at Livy, looks at the parents. Let's just get rid of the red tape. I've introduced myself before, but let's just make this clear. Hello. My name's Levi. I am a former member of the Black Hand, which is one of the sects of the cult that you were imprisoned by. I am no longer a part of them. I ran away. I was supposed to be killed. As you can see, that didn't happen.
Mainly because I vouched for him.
Thank you, by the way. Yeah, I probably actually would have... Hold on a minute. Anyway.
That is sad.
God damn it, I threw off my entire fucking train of thought. God damn it.
Thanks, Apollo. Mainly because I vouched for you, is what was last said.
Oh. Yeah, when everyone else realized who I was, that was... Or at least what I was, that was not a fun day. So thanks, Livy. Sincerely. But no, that was then, this is now. If anything, I am trying to take down as many cultists as I can, and I am very much so a full-fledged rescuer of Team Eclipse.
If you still don't believe him even after that, ironically enough, he was planning the raid in the first place to even go to the area we found you in.
Yes, I was. Albeit for more selfish reasons, it just coincided with better timing. And, well, there we were.
Still wild to believe. Vivian
Which part?
The whole thing.
Oh, I can give you an entire education on the whole subject matter.
Let's probably save that.
But no. You're asking about the marks. Yes?
Is there any way to get them off?
We've been trying to figure out a way.
I am working on that. Though I imagine if I had to take the time to understand how they got on you in the first place, maybe, just maybe, we'd be able to actually reverse that. After all, yours was far more recent than mine. Although
Mother, how's your memory on that whole thing? Were you out cold when they applied it, or did they apply it while you were wide awake?
We were put to sleep. So whatever they did, however they put it on us, we have no idea. We were just asleep and then we woke up and we had these.
I see. There's one person I can ask, though I probably cannot approach them without being with another member of my team. Be that as it may. It's an option.
You're gonna have to elaborate on that one with me.
Go ask Morella.
Ah. Well, I mean, there is one way to get her attention, and it's literally right outside this door.
Yes, but last I checked, those don't talk.
They don't have to. Squishy going out the door.
Wait, what?
There was squishy that went out the door. It was under the couch. God damn it. The freaking crow.
Wait, was it under the couch or probably on Levi's stuff?
Couch. It came out from under the couch.
Levi's gonna pause and was like, thinking about this, I think we've already gotten her attention on matter. But no. To my knowledge, I don't know the means to get the mark off. However, with it being put on, I also don't think it's exactly complete either. May I see your... Actually, I'm sorry. Manners are something I have been taught. Mostly. What is your name, sir?
Miko Susha.
May I see your hand, Miko? Miko, excuse me.
He just holds out his paws.
Alright, and Levi would just take it before adjusting the first slightly, just get a better view of the mark. I don't think this is complete. Hasty as it is.
I mean, if they were in
Even
a hurry, it wouldn't be surprising.
If they were in a hurry, they wouldn't have been missing for 2 weeks, and we found them like that.
Levi, I do have one question.
Yes.
Why are they purple? Yours are green, but theirs are completely different color.
I mean, we found purple, we found red, we found other colors too, but...
Is it dependent on who's the one applying it?
I dare say it may be dependent on who it's being applied to. But that requires me to have knowledge about the application of the marks and
Wait, that reminds me.
Wait. While I don't understand the nature of the marks, I do understand alchemy. He would put his own hand next to Miko's and just look between the two. There are differences. Clear differences.
You mean aside from the color and the symbols?
Yes. Specifically, what you have compared to me looks like someone's attempt. Whether or not it's in other words, whether or not it's authentic, someone did a shit job on actually putting it on you.
Which means there may be hope then to get it off.
Oh,
Exactly.
He just looks over at Levi's arms. That's strange.
What do you see?
Well, from what my marking is, I can tell the kind of ink that they used. Yours isn't ink at all.
Levi, quite literally, like, you just see his tail go into his bag and pull out pencil and pen, or pen and paper, excuse me. And he just brings it around, puts it in the spare hand, sets the journal onto the bed, opens it up, and just starts and gets ready to write.
This is an essence of a Pokemon.
You've certainly got Levi's attention if he's bringing out the book.
That doesn't really make much sense. Sir, do you know about the Pokemon Grafaiai?
Wait, Grafaiai?
Grafaiai.
Oh no.
Levi, like, looks to the wrist, looks to Miko, looks to the wrist again.
Isn't it that bug-eyed looking?
Uh-huh.
Wait, I said something.
I don't know. I think Levi may be getting something in his head, though.
So, if that's Grafaiai, did you happen to see a Grafaiai over there anywhere?
I didn't. But I can tell that mine isn't from a Grafaiai, it's more standard ink.
He just kind of looks at Levi and is like, do you think it could be just washed off?
We can certainly try,
No.
but it's probably under the skin.
There's a seal on it that prevents it from being cleaned off. I've already
See.
tried.
What kind of seal?
Well, that's where the alchemy comes into play. But there's alchemical imprinting and a magic bonding. That's all I can really tell.
I can only think of one person that can probably help out with this compared to me. Levi looks to Luffy. Think Zane knows how to get rid of this?
Well, he specializes in potions, but he might have an idea.
He also specializes with alchemy and has a bit of magic under his belt that he uses with those potions.
Considering he was the one who found all the history based on, my own family, maybe he might be able to find that too.
Either way, All I'm gonna say is there was a Grafii in that camp. There is no longer a Grafii in that camp.
Miko just... He looks disgusted. That
Let's
tent we were in had blood on the floor.
I
Well-
know what happened, but for the sake of sanity, as well as I don't want to sicken anyone, I will keep that to myself.
I won't think about it.
Don't think about it. Let's go get Zane.
I'll say though, you know the funny thing?
What's that?
I learned about the way alchemy works from, well, the books from Mill.
Funny enough, we still have it, but Ariel has that book.
You think there were one?
There's probably an entire volume of them.
Considering how much he likes to write,
Even so, with enough of that information, we probably could very well figure out how to get rid of those, because those seem... I don't want to say they're fake, but they don't seem authentic. And
No.
given what, and he looks at Luvi. Given a few things that we know, let's hope for the best answer here.
well, consider the following.
Hmm?
They were abducted about a month ago, and only just 2 weeks ago, supposedly, is when they had it applied. So,
Can I make a suggestion?
Hmm?
If those cultists haven't raided the entire place and taken everything, might be useful to look back there and see what you can find. There were some secret places they didn't know about, couldn't have known about. At least I hope.
maybe
I'm
that's
sure
what-
Shove. Oh, go ahead.
Do you think that's what Lars was looking for?
Who?
The Espeon
The-
I mentioned.
He just kind of shrugs.
Possibly.
At the same time, though, there were distortions that appeared in the center of the village, and, well,
We'll
Two of
take
them
care of
then.
them if we see them.
2 of them resembled you two.
Aluvi, you've been over this.
I know,
Just-
I know. It's still troublesome.
Tell you what,
About the screen things, then they seem to do that a lot.
yeah. Tell you what, Luvi, you go get Zane. I'm gonna put all this in the room. It's important.
All right.
Which I will say, if Aluvi knows what an urn looks like,
Yeah, he does.
then you'd see Levi carrying 2.
It's like, are those the...
Yes.
Got it. I won't ask. That said, on to Zane! He goes.
So, thank you for the raid, the Lich Hour.
Wait, we got a raid?
We got
Yeah, right.
witching. We got
Oh,
a
shit, we got
the
raid.
witching. What?
The Lich Hour.
Beer.
I have not seen them, but
I don't want to be in the Salem witch trials.
We're not playing-
Right. Sorry. Harza. Lich.
Oh.
As in with an
A
L.
liching hour.
Oh, that's even worse. We got a phylactery to worry about.
Spooky, scary, skeleton.
Ah.
And thank you all for the follows.
Maybe because it is a D&D channel.
It does seem to be.
So,
Well, hope you were
just
doing
leave it.
something fun before this.
E-
But that aside,
Levi put everything away except for the case because he wants to see what was in the case.
8K, there's another 8K in the chat.
Wait, what?
There's another 8K.
Oh shit! There's another AK.
Brothers.
That's certainly not a 1 in 8,000 chance now, is it, AK?
Nope.
Like, finally.
There can only be my thoughts exactly.
There can only be one.
I'm
My
sorry,
thoughts.
Padrock. I'm sorry, Padrock, but you must abandon the staff and adopt the Highlander sword.
That said, Levi and Ellaby go to the tavern.
Respective areas.
Yeah, Levi just went to the room for a bit and dropped the stuff off and came back. He was not exactly moving slow either because he still has the case with him. But he no longer has the urns on him, which is good.
Hey, Zane.
Mm-hmm.
Got a proposition for you that you may be interested in.
How can I help you?
Well, we may have some new leads on the marking.
Hmm. What have you got?
Levi, do you want to give them the details?
Long story short, we recently rescued Olivia's parents. They have been marked with the same stuff that I have, only here's the problem, it's not the same.
It was very
looks-
recent, even.
It was very recent, recently marked as in 2 weeks rather than me when I was basically born with the thing. The marking is resemblant to ink rather than, well, what I have.
Being part of the body. Oop, and there goes Saline.
They've tried to wash it off. They tried to wash it off. It doesn't wash off. They say that it is sealed by something. It was created through alchemic magical means, so basically Magitech. Something I'm pretty sure you're quite good at.
Uh-oh.
And what else? Given how recently it was put on, we're hoping that there will be a chance to remove it and or stop it from becoming a problem, because I do remember that people that are marked with the mark of the Dark One can typically go crazy.
And it's entirely possible they could too.
Yep.
Well, that's fun.
Yep.
At the same
I mean-
time, though, it means that it is not permanent.
We don't know that. Well, if we can figure out how to remove the seal, then it probably can be just washed off, and then yes, it's not permanent. However, I wanted to get someone that actually had better expertise on this, potentially.
Hmm. Did they give you any details about how this could have been done?
They were asleep for when it happened.
Strange. And might be advisable to take another look at these markings myself.
As you get time.
But I'd prefer to wait until they're more capable.
Yeah, they've still got a few injuries to rest off.
I'd give it a day. Or two.
Fair.
Also, Lane, is there a reason why you brought an entire jug?
Well, we drink our tea, so we want more.
So you brought an entire kettle?
Yes.
Makes sense
You're
to me.
addicted. You're addicted.
You mean like you're addicted to us? To berries?
We don't talk about that.
Case in point.
Fine. You have me on that. At least it's a normal addiction. You know, not being burned.
I mean, it could be iced tea.
He just looks at you. Says the one with the dragon typing.
I can handle being burned.
No, you said icy.
Yes. Iced tea.
And what does that imply to a dragon type? Oh yes, frozen.
Not necessarily. It's just cold.
Staline just playfully casts a light blue tipped wand.
Uh-oh.
That, however, will get Levi to do a...
He just
Wow.
giggles and then puts it away.
Wow,
And then pokes his tongue out.
that got him to run really quick.
Rude.
That's what he's called it. That's what he calls his secret weapon.
Yes. I'm aware. We sparred.
I know. Speaking of secret weapons, my parents told me something very intriguing.
Hmm.
Well, I might have an ancestral bonding with Deoncy?
Oh, that's very interesting.
What's the answer?
Think a floating rock, lots of gems. It's hard to explain. Basically, think of me if I were just nothing but rock on the underneath, had an upper body, head, you know, floating.
Oh, you. Just not floating.
He just kind of looks at you, it looks flatly at him, just like,
He just smirks.
yes, that's the point, thank you. Anyway, the point is that may be why when I became a rock type, I started growing gems out of my body when I turned into a Breaksome. Though, since then, my body's not been wanting to move from that.
That is very interesting that you haven't evolved. Well, at least Saline's is by choice. Simply doesn't want to.
I mean, it's more a curiosity to me than it is, you know, a problem. I'm at least tall enough to say that I'm close enough to a Delphox. I mean, like, yeah, Patrock's just a little bit taller than I am, but I don't have to look entirely upward.
And I'm just a little bit taller than you.
Levi, I am about equal height with you. Don't test me.
Leo just gives a bleh.
Zane just smirks at the two of them.
But, no. All the same, we do need your assistance on this because I feel if not you, then Ariel will be very instrumental in this, figuring this out.
Well, I'll take a look into it. Perhaps if they have anything with them, other than, well, their marks, assuming the Zealots haven't compensated everything, then that may be worth looking into.
Olivia,
Yeah.
do you know?
Far as I know, they were left in a tent, and I don't think they have anything on them. However, I did save the journal, and you also found the crest, and then there's... Right, the King's Rock on my ear. But they had nothing on them.
I see.
So, whatever happened when they ransacked where I lived, that went elsewhere. Whatever they
That
got their
is
hand on, I don't know.
problematic.
Sounds like we need to figure out where they were taken. Well, not where they were taken, but who took them. Well, if we have to shake down someone for that information, I don't mind helping out.
Honestly, I'm just happy they're still alive. They almost weren't.
Yeah, that's something to be happy about.
Though,
I sense a disturbance in the Force.
oh my goodness. What could it ever have been?
It's as if a group is raiding this town. Hello, Sass.
Uh-oh. Double raid? What?
Another raid. With Pot of Greed, I see.
Either Sass.
Pot of greed to gain 2 raids on my stream.
Okay.
Thanks for the raid and welcome everyone, and I hope you all have a good time here.
Thank you. That means that aside, leave out a glance over to Olivia. I'm gonna probably stick around here. Are you gonna probably head back to your parents, or?
I don't really have much else to do, so yeah, I'm probably gonna be helping with the recovery of my parents, because the faster they get better, the faster they can move about, because they're getting a little restless.
Sometimes it just takes time, even if you don't want to admit it.
I know. All the same, though, I'm honestly dreadfully curious on what this diamond storm they were talking about was.
Well, I have some information on it, but perhaps it'll be better if you hear it from them.
It would also probably be better if we discussed that as a team. There's a few things I actually do want to talk about.
Speaking of which, where is Apollo? Haven't seen him.
That's a good question, actually.
Last I saw, he was heading towards Aluras. Don't know what he was doing after that.
Oh, he must be dream venturing.
Probably. I was with Padrock in Malva City, so I missed out.
Should we go and find him?
Sure.
just to be sure he's all right.
And I'm
What?
gonna say meanwhile to see if Apollo wants to move around first instead.
Yeah, what the hell has he been doing since you walked out?
Just pacing around. But he did spot Reuven the second he stepped outside.
And not
And
petted.
my. And a very big electric doggo.
Yes.
Yeah, Reuven was hanging out with said big electric doggo before
And a
noticing
noodle.
Apollo. And, well, yes, and a noodle before noticing Apollo and approaching.
Hey, what have you been up to?
You tell me, though I dare say you look like you've seen a ghost.
Just went treading over a lot of old ground.
How
Do you
old are we
remember how
talking?
much of a hellhole Drake Plateau was?
Dare you remind me of that place? Yes.
Well,
Yes, I do.
I was very young when I was there. My very first time.
Wait. You mean like when you were with Humbletown?
Before I was with Humbletown.
You see Reuven sit there a bit, drawing lines, before eventually saying, "Oh fuck, you found out where you got taken."
I also found out the identity of the mercenary that my father had hired to try and spring me. Might be the only person who could have ever gone toe to toe with the one who picked me off and lived to talk about it.
Well, are they still living? It has been quite a bit of time. I was not alive then.
Well, it was a toxicity by the name of Elvar.
Oh, that guy?
Yeah. And apparently, Oriana was there the day I got sprung out.
Well, we can't X her. Dare we have to look into Oriana and figure out their background before the new masters?
As far as I was able to look back during the time when I was guildmaster, she was a lawyer who was good at her job for the wrong reasons, and those reasons caught up with her, and she was disbarred.
Happens to the best of them.
I mean, not really.
No,
She could have. She could have not been a complete shameless Seamus, and she could have stayed within the law.
Yep. Although I mean that more so for those that end up on the less than preferable cases. You know the ones.
The ones that shouldn't be going to trial.
Uh-huh. And they just happen to be the unlucky son of a gun that has to defend someone they really shouldn't be defending in the first place. But we're going on a tangent.
I'm going to be seeing about rallying the team to try and take a look out there. We have a general location, but ultimately it's going to come down to us doing the legwork to find the location and figure out what's become of this person who picked me off.
I see. Meanwhile, I'm gonna probably be going with Kua, getting a team together. Not just the two of us, mind you. heading back to the raid site. See what else we can find out there.
Be careful out there, all right?
Don't have to tell me twice.
I could tell you 3 times, but really, be careful.
Yes, sir.
That
He
said,
says- Oh, good.
aside from chatting these two up, what you got going on for the rest of the day?
Today? Well, I'm on rescue duty. As in, if something hits the fan, I gotta go find Kua and we head out.
Well, 2 of you always did make a hell of a team.
Yep. Speaking of, I have no idea where the hell he is.
I'll whisper first to you, miss.
Well,
Oh,
knowing
good.
him, he's probably not too far out of earshot. Well, earshot by his standards.
Vivian over there about to make some hot chocolate.
Let's check this over here real quick. Let's see. Well, unless he's done with it, I'm pretty sure he may very well be at the library. Helping out keep it clean and organizing books with Louis.
Well, been reading a lot of stuff in there that I never would have thought would have been committed to a book. And then when you read the stuff, you realize this is not adopted for book format at all. Take my advice, Reuven. Law is absolutely boring.
This is why we left that to Michael.
The more I read into this stuff, the more impressed I become with that kid.
I said, let's walk and talk. I'm heading to the tavern.
To the tavern, alright. Alright. The quickest way is going to be over this way.
Though I do have to ask,
I'll listen.
how do you feel about the raid? We haven't done anything that large scale since we went after taking care of Eternatus the first time.
It felt good to be on the offensive for the first time. Not everything does go according to plan, but whatever it was the Zealots were up to, they're not going to be up to it for a long time after. I was expecting to find more of them there, but without the sort of purview that the position of Guildmaster would give me, I don't know why that would be the case.
Well, bear in mind, a lot of them got taken out of the base. There were far more teams outside the base keeping those guys distracted and/or detaining them compared to the ones you fought in the base.
Fair.
Yeah, outside of those walls is a freaking war zone. But given the fact that that the rescue teams worked together to take out the threats, I dare say we did pretty good to minimize any sort of casualties.
One thing that I was very glad about was to see that Lunala joined us for the excursion. It effectively made Necrozma a non-factor, at least insofar as the rescuers were concerned.
I can think of at least one person that's glad about that.
A lot more than myself. I'm not just the only one who's glad about that.
I mean, more so, your electric type friend.
Yeah, Levi was he was spooked, but I managed to get him to see the silver lining on that particular cloud and get his head back in the game.
As a leader should. I just remember what you and him told me about the whole thing of if Necrozma's too close, what happens. So that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Then again, I heard you met a different kind of legend out there.
I don't know what the hell that thing was. It was fucking big, it was pissed off, and it was starting to cut into us. Conditions were pretty grim until we were actually able to turn it into retreat. Never saw where it went off to, but I don't think we've seen the last of it.
Well, for our sake, it stays that way.
Amen to that.
I'm in the bed.
It's
Huh. Seems your team's already gathered.
That they are already. All right.
That's
Oh, there
sad.
you are, Apollo.
Went for a walk. How have you guys been doing today?
We were about to come and check on you.
Oh, well, thank you for thinking about me.
No worries, I got him.
I'll leave those two to have their moment as they need to.
Yeah. That's gonna be a tough one to explain.
Well,
Yeah.
Padrock's in good hands. I'll leave it at that for right now.
True. Yeah, that's one way to put it. But hey, I did want to bring up a few things and thoughts for the future, so to speak.
Go ahead.
Levi does pause when he looks up at Ruskio, but decides, screw it. I did want to keep working on trials. I'll probably be doing that tonight, so I may not be back in the room. I'll be fine.
All right.
Secondly, I've been hearing about a recent effort to provide affordable housing in Ritzville and in the Malva areas, if not a few other regions like Indigus and Lilac Town, for those that have been displaced for various actions, from what Hugor's done to what the Zealots have been doing to, all that kind of stuff.
I would suggest Cassiatown for this, but given what all's been happening around there, I can't imagine anyone's too keen on going there.
Same with Mob City. Though, the question is, do you think we can consider helping out a little bit of philanthropy, so to speak?
It would depend on how our own resources, on how well allocated our resources are right now. Presently, Levi is steadily getting our ship upgraded. Granted, there's only a handful of mechanics out here I actually trust to handle that thing, and they're already very much tied up on working on our ship.
Overbooked, if you will.
Speaking of, I actually should go and get another upgrade on that. But I digress. The other thing, though, is, Levi looks back to the table. Would you like to play a quick game?
Furrows a brow. Like, what kind of game are you talking about?
When I was writing in my journal, I realized we haven't exactly had a chance to relax. And it's a very simple game. Are you interested? He was asking Apollo in this case. But
Out of character, repeat the question.
do you want to play a game?
What kind of game?
Saw puppet.
Card game, high or low?
Sure. Out of character, somebody get the triple try music going.
Would you like to play a game?
Would you like to play a game?
Hey, follow me. Let's be quick. He says, "Is he actually?" No, he doesn't lead too much. He doesn't go too far. He just kind of sticks around because he wants to stay somewhat in Padrock's view. So, Apollo.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna need you to roll me a.
Queen's blood.
3d10.
Ooh. Oh.
Understood. So, I'm gonna just pull this up real fast. Give me a moment.
A very mixed roll.
Yeah.
Oh no, don't
One.
worry. That part doesn't matter so much. I just need numbers.
23. 11.
I just needed numbers. Let's put this right here. Put this right here. Put this right here. Put this right here. Now. And then
Green wolves.
and so Levi would shuffle a set of cards around. Actually, oh, you went over there. I need to face the Absol, please. So Levi would shuffle a set of cards around. And on his side, you see. I'll just type it out. Levi gives Apollo three cards. And flipping over the first card on Apollo's side, he sees a 4.
What are you reading his fortune or something?
And on Levi's side, he shows 2 cards, a 6 and a 5. So I said Apollo has a 4. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. So the question that Levi would say is high or low? If you say high, you think your hand is going to be larger than mine when all the cards are revealed. If you say low, that means you believe your hand will be smaller than my hand when all the cards are revealed.
Out of
That's a
character.
tough-
These things all go up to a max of 10, correct?
Yep.
Actually, they
Yeah.
go up to okay, I'll say this. They go up to a max of 9. There is a 0 card.
Oh.
Okay.
And they only the numbers only appear once.
All right.
No repeated numbers.
No repeated numbers, which means Apollo having a 4 And you having a 6 and 5 means that there's a few numbers that are quite high in the list that could be really big numbers.
There's also a number.
There's
of
also a
numbers that can
bunch
be
of
quite
smaller
low.
numbers. Yeah, he's kind of right in between the worst place to be in the game of blackjack. Louis just gonna look over like, ooh, that's a tough one.
Hi, character. I'm thinking this over. I used to be a lot faster at this.
Oh, you're fine. I'm humored, but I will say this. Yes, I was inspired to do this by a bit of shenanigans that I had in 14, but given it's right in the middle, this isn't easy. So I understand the hesitation.
6 and 5 and also 4 are off the table, which means you could go either high
Okay,
or
hang
low.
on just a second.
I'll be quiet.
Gonna go lower.
Lower. All right. Cool. So Levi would begin to reveal the rest of the cards. And the results will be typed in chat.
All right.
Looks like you win this round. Though I suppose I probably shouldn't spend too much time on this little shenanigans. I just wanted to have a little bit of fun with you.
It's fine.
Though if you want to go again, I can set it up again.
I want to see if we can get the others in on this.
Oh my god, did you? You actually? Okay, you got a 0. So okay, I see what happened. Yikes.
Yeah, Apollo
Paladin,
said
do you want
more.
to take a spin at this?
He's just like, I suppose so. I can try.
All right. Well, as before, I need you to roll a 3d10. Wait a minute. Oh, okay, no. It didn't do the same thing. I was about to be very annoyed. Like, wait a minute.
It looked very similar to the rolls.
It did. I had to wait a minute. What the?
There was a 1 on both of ours on the second roll.
So,
That was hella sus.
Okay, there's that one. And then there's this. This. And then. All right. So once more. No worries. So once more, yeah, that's fine. So once more, Levi's going to show but basically 3 cards for each side, and Levi's going to show his hand, which is only going to be showing a 4 and a 3. Meanwhile, Olivia's hand is only showing a 2.
Ooh, that's danger. That's danger. That could be
So, Levy,
anything.
do you think your hand's going to be higher or lower than mine?
You know what? This seems like a little bit of a trick, but you know what? I'll say high.
Say higher. Okay.
A 2, maybe only a 2, but there is always that chance that there's 2 numbers that are actually much higher than that.
And thus, Levi would reveal the rest of the cards. Equals that. This equals that.
Hello, Fox.
See? With 2, 3, and 4 being already taken, there was a very low chance that it would be a lower number.
The chance still existed, but
Yes,
good
the
job.
chance still the chance still exists. Yes.
Silly little game, but a very quick one. Hey, Padrock, you want to try?
Absolutely.
Just bring it over, I guess.
Leela just brings her paws from Padrock. Kind of just sits close to him.
Dun, 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 dun,
All right. So just like before, I'm gonna need you to roll me a 3-10. All right, cool. Let's see. Bum. Listen, this familiar. Okay. So Levi does this thing one more time.
Ooh.
That's a dangerous set of numbers. That is a
fine.
very dangerous set of numbers.
So Padrock, high or low? Do you think your hand is going to be higher than mine or lower than mine?
Out of character, I have a plan. Padrock's going to take a look at it. You know what? I'll take the risk. Higher.
Oh, interesting.
Higher. Okay.
With a
So-
9 on his hand, no less.
Levi's going to flip all the cards over. And Padrock's hand turns out to be
If he somehow wins this with a high roll, I'm gonna call hacks on his psychic. It's like telepathic cheats.
Padrock's just Lou.
He's just under. He was one.
Now
off.
here's where the plan out of character comes. These cards were chosen by Dice Roll. I want to re-roll that 0 card.
Oh my god, you cheat! I knew it. I knew he was gonna cheat it. But at the same time, though, that was
Okay.
like one off. Go
give
ahead.
me 1d 1d10.
Oh,
I know there's
That's
still a
gonna be-
chance of hitting that 0 again, but
yeah,
Alright,
no, there's
let's
no
see.
way.
if I hit anything else,
It can't be a 1 because 1's already there. Patrick over here cheating with his psychic abilities be like,
so from Levi's perspective, he would flip over the card to be a 7. From anybody else's perspective, the card would seem blurry for a moment before coming into focus as the 7.
is that supposed to happen?
Seems like you win. Peeks over from.
Just like, you see nothing.
That's a really cool game.
Glacy just like detect.
Literally, like,
attention to card.
Like, literally, Luffy sees the blurriness. It's like, is that supposed to? Whatever. Patrick, I'm honestly surprised that you managed to win that with a high roll when he had a 9.
Well, the first card was pretty low, so I figured if the last card was low as well, I'd have a shot.
Jeez.
Fair enough.
It's not fair enough. What do you mean? That is, he quite literally cheated you.
In character. Fair enough. Out of character. I know. I mean, it wasn't like there's money down on it. It's just that good fun.
I know, but like, think about it. Like, if it had money on, oh god, you'd have been robbed blind.
It's like, wait a fucking minute now.
If there'd been money on it, I don't think that Rock would have done that.
No, I know he wouldn't, but it's still funny though.
It is so funny though.
Glacy Peak be like, I see what you did there.
Like, I'm on to you.
Glares deathly.
Clear some.
You're
clear.
risking the stability of this world on a fucking card game. What is this, Yu-Gi-Oh?
Evidently. Okay. That said, Levi put the cards away. Probably should go check and see what's in that suitcase now. Though, probably also can wait on it till another time. Glacy?
Hmm?
Curiosity. Time.
I think we'll end them pretty soon. Pyramid does have a thing she wants to address.
Alright. I can always use the suitcase later, but go ahead.
She just comes over and kind of watches the cards going around. And after the declaration, she just looks over at Levi and taps her claw on the wall.
Huh? Oh, hey, Femi. What's up?
Can I talk to you for a second?
Sure.
Can I have a look at your device really quick?
He would go ahead and extend his arm to show the Aether.
He looks it over and starts tapping the screen. You You said that you fought something there.
A very angry Alpha Hydreigon.
Yes. Let us look this over. It doesn't make much sense. Didn't Aether mention something before it showed up?
Yes, but I don't remember what it was off the top of my head.
Let me just go over the logs. Just scrolls through them and sort of sees one with some jumbled letters and kind of looks over it. That's strange. Let's just replay this recording.
Warning. Target Kyrillos detected.
Target Kyrillos detected.
What? What the hell is... I didn't program anything about a Kyrillos in here. That's a familiar name.
Well, I didn't put it in there. So...
I remember that name from the conversation that we had before. As a community. That alpha that we talked about before.
The original
Kyrillos.
Alpha.
Yes. That was his name.
So why would Aether designate that as a target?
I mean, I made a template saying that this was to be identified if it saw it, but I didn't put any parameters because we didn't have any information on it.
And yet... it knew.
It identified it. And this is that jumbled up information that I couldn't figure out.
So something in the rift knew what this was.
You said... this makes no sense. You said you encountered Arceus there?
Yes. Or at least a statue of it, yes.
And when you heard that sound, that's when all this data loaded Aether.
And we ended up back.
Did Arceus give you information on...
Maybe?
He seems dumbfounded by this.
Levi, meanwhile, is just like, shrug. Just, he does not know.
I'm going to have to work a little harder on figuring this out. Oh boy. Oh boy. Lucio. We might need to look into this a little more. Talk about it in a minute. She just goes back to talking with Lucio.
Keep me posted, I guess?
Zane just looks at his bracelet and kind of tilts his head. Interesting.
I don't know whether to make heads or tails of this, but okay.
There may be a lot more information on there than... very interesting. I'd keep a good close hold on that. Make sure nobody takes it.
Of course.
Maybe more useful than it used to be.
So be it. I mean, it was a gift. Might as well make it the best gift it can be, right?
Would you like to open your case?
Looking at the time once more. Is everybody else all right?
It should be fairly brief. A few minutes.
I see what you did there. But yeah, Levi's gonna head up to right here before looking to the case and just looking back to the team briefly before opening it up and looking and just checking inside.
There appears to be several like trinkets, some keepsakes, and a number of papers with what look like poems and lyrics written on them.
Let's see. Some jewelry, as expected. Some photographs. It could be nice to look through that. Maybe they'll help me out a little bit. Let's see now. Oh, hey, this is probably Dad's lyrics. Okay, let's see this. Let's see if I can read through this, figure out the meter. Da da dee da 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 dee. Da dee da dee da dee da dee. Da dee da dee da dee da dee. Okay. Some weird lyrics, but whatever's on your mind, right? Meanwhile, Levi's just reading through this, trying to get a better grasp as to what he's seeing. Oh, hey, my headphone's about to die. Do you need me to roll? Oh, sorry, hold up. Wait. Oh, wait. This makes no sense. If you're gonna start talking about rivers, why are you gonna just suddenly jump to something entirely different? Unless... You see Levi just like reach over and grab his notepad, sit down and just start analyzing. And just like he's trying to just like make sense of the pattern and the meter here. Just making notes, rewriting the lyrics on his own, making those and just documenting where the meter is, makes sense, and then the lines and points where it doesn't.
Oh.
I mean, it would be nice if I can fix Dad's lyrics. Unless he did this on purpose. What? Wait. Okay. Isolate that. Isolate the misspelling. Isolate the weird word choice. That should fix the meter. Wait. Hey, Apollo?
Yeah.
You come here for a moment? So get this. So I'm reading. I opened this up and I noticed that my dad had a lot. I got a lot of my parents' music stuff, the lyrics, the musical notes, notation, all of it. It's really cool. But some of the lyrics just didn't make sense. So I figured, let's try and fix it. So I started moving stuff out, trying to fix the meter, trying to make sure it all flows again, fix the spelling errors. And that's when I noticed what I thought were mistakes spells something. Maybe it's just me, but I'm getting the spelling of order and chaos.
Order and chaos.
Did that mean anything to you?
Alright, roll 20. Anytime you're ready, load up my sheet. I've heard of those two opposites before, beyond just the theoretical. I'm having trouble placing my paw on it.
Beyond just random bits of theory. So what could have gotten your attention, Dad?
Order among chaos, you said, right?
Order and chaos.
Balance?
I do remember reading something about a particular symbol, yin and yang, that was made by humans a long time ago. One of the particular allegorical sets of Pokemon that were paired with that were Zekrom and Reshiram.
Okay, we're getting into legendaries now. Hey, Padrock.
Yeah, Levi?
What do you know about Reshiram and Zekrom?
You know, the fluffy dragon.
Soon as has taken over the mental link, Levi would get the whole team in their minds would get the mental image of kind of stylized drawings of a white dragon and a black dragon.
Okay, that's trippy. My eyes.
They were legends representing truth and ideals. The white dragon of fire being for truth, and the black one being of ideals.
I see.
Anything in particular you need to know about them?
If they have anything to do with order and chaos.
Doesn't come to mind at first. Third duel was more about what should lead the world in progress?
I see. I know if I may. Are there any legendary Pokemon that y'all can think of that are directly related to those factors? Like directly related to order, or directly related to chaos? Otherwise, well, you were saying we gotta hit the books in the library anyway, Paulo.
If we're not going to find anything, just brainstorming here, the library may have more answers.
Sounds like a day then. With that, Levi puts the notes away properly and closes the suitcase, locking it shut. This is gonna be interesting. With that, he gets to his feet. And also with that, I'm okay with ending the session.
As am I.
We can call it.
Mm-hmm.
So, with that, that is the end of session 82.
Ta-da.
Fairly, easygoing and whatnot.
Yeah.
For that, Aluvi's now going to return to his parents, assuming the window wasn't locked. Ah! Damn it.
Window's
I
closed.
was gonna just skip ahead into the window, but the window's like, no.
You
The
knew
door
always into the window.
The door stuck.
Door stuck! Door stuck!
Please!
I beg you!
So, pretty calm session, not too much. What do we think of it? We have a fun time?
I had
Oh,
fun.
yeah. Managed to
I
get
don't
a lot of things.
I do want to say I really appreciate the scene where Adrock relayed what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's reactions during it were quite neat. He had a good writing. I was a little surprised about Lila's reaction, but
He was mad.
definitely in a good way.
Yeah, I mean, even Aluvi, like, being just literally right inside the window, just staring like, I have to go out there, and he gets stopped by his own parents, like, no, don't go out there yet.
This is not smoke that you want. Don't do it.
So I just wanted to make sure to say thank you for going along with that.
I got a little too lost in Leela's character for a while.
I mean,
Honestly, like it was like a really neat way to get a chance to characterize her more. So
yeah, that's the thing, is that when you get lost into a character and how they would react, it's like you're, become the character, and that's the perfect moment when you just have something that you could just genuinely react to. It's kind of like how I work with Aluvi, is that I try to embody what he actually does feel.
Mm-hmm.
So, anything from Straight?
This was not a terribly active session for me, despite getting the little moment with Apollo and Allura. But this is definitely starting to make inroads for some individual stuff involving Apollo.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I felt that way as well. I was just like, Apollo's not been able to say anything for a little while. So I was like, maybe we should get him back in here, and then, whoop, there he is.
I always want to make sure that everybody gets involved one way, shape, or form.
Mm-hmm. And we have some things developing.
3 different things at the same time, no less.
now that you mentioned that, the card game is also very fun.
The card game was just on the drop spot, like neat. Just hey, we need a time waster. Here, 20 minutes. and then Padrock figures out he has the cheat code.
Okay, so straight, you stepped away for a moment. I had I did the roll. We drew cards. What happened was
We got 2 1s.
Oh, well, that didn't matter. That didn't matter how I do it. But no, what happened was Levi had 13, Padrock had 12. What Padrock did was pick one of the numbers because Padrock said he wanted higher. Padrock picks one of the numbers, asked me for a reroll.
And he can reroll
And it re-rolled, and then he won.
He
Because
was one off.
he used freaking probability control.
He literally found the
Cheeky
cheat
bastard.
Code. Yeah, he found the cheat
Right.
code with his telepathic abilities. Like I was joking when I said if he wins on a high roll when he has a 9, I'm calling the fact that he cheated with telepathy. But he didn't cheat with telepathy.
Wow.
No, he turned around and used probability control instead. I'm just like, you cheeky little.
As soon as you introduced the card game, I had that idea to try.
Like, you cheeky bastard.
Lou would like a lurid with you.
And then Glacy peeks around Araya, just like, I sense a disturbance.
I sense a disturbance in the force. But
Just like,
yeah, we have a few things developing, and maybe next session we'll have something interesting come up. Who knows?
Maybe.
But we do have one picture from Lone. They went to bed, so we'll show it on stream, and then a certain someone can jab at them later for it. So, if you can all check the stream, here's
I
one picture
believe-
from the Lone Wolf, or Lone Fox.
I believe we had to
and
get,
there was
we
more
had to get in
pictures.
front
We
of
didn't.
something.
We skipped over pictures last time, and yeah,
Right, we did.
well, it's
We-
okay. We have declared no more Aluvi memes. Thus, those pictures are now void. I'm sorry, Lone, but that's how the rules work. I'm joking, obviously. Go back and play those other ones.
Because we did have a talk with Lone, looking at all. It's like, okay, we've lost the plot here. What's going on? Because it was getting
Even
a little bit silly, and it's like, okay, we stop.
Yeah, I even told him, I was just like, is ATS, Creations ATS is nothing but Aluvi memes now. And I'm just like, Lone, what have you done?
Speaking of memes from Lone,
Just has this entire basket of memes. Oh, yeah. And this is even more true now. This is so much more true now. At least I still have my friends. Leela just all right there.
Hmm.
Yes, the imaginary technique. Peetzel. Not purple, not pizza, Peetzel.
Yep. And then one more from Lone.
Yeah, that's all it's been lately. Somebody needs to come up with more.
We need a meme on Apollo.
Yeah, get a meme Apollo.
If you guys are gonna make a meme about Apollo, make it a good one. Don't force this shit, all right?
Agreed.
Like Aluvi's
Please
basically
don't
got his
force this
face.
shit.
Yeah, like Aluvi's got his face like completely all over the place. I'm just like, no.
There's a reason
Well, you have
why.
a very meme-worthy face.
I know. He's just got that smug face ever since that redraw from Kaze. which, by the way, thank you, Kaze Cat. This was a very adorable version of a Luffy, but holy crap, it spun out of control. I am so sorry.
That's a meme. Your press is a meme.
Yeah, literally.
So, I will say we will not be having a session next week primarily because I need time to prepare things and I want to make something good without rushing it. So, no session
tomorrow. Next
no,
week.
yeah, no session next week. The next session that we have will be probably on the 18th unless something happens.
Meanwhile, I will have another session planned in my... Basically, I'm planning a session for the future for us to have as well, so it'll be fun. More games. More fun.
Games?
And
Levi,
a
you
slight
seem
bit
to
of
be-
danger.
Levi, you're starting to become the puppet. The one who, I want to play a game.
Well, we keep doing all this serious crap, so we need to start
I
having
know.
fun.
I know, but it's just funny that Levi is the one that's always setting up all these games, and it's just, it's gotten to a point where it's like,
Then you start making things we can have fun with.
It's almost like you're becoming the game master.
I mean, if you
Bryce,
want
you
me
really
to-
should be a game master at some point.
I mean,
I'm working on it.
Bryce, to be fair, if you were to have me to make a map, it would just be an entire castle of diamonds, and then I'd just be like, yeah, see, go talk to Dion, see. Just go ahead, go ahead and do that. Find your way there.
So here's
I'm not
what you
telling
do.
how.
Here's what you do. What you first do is get RPG Maker. And then have
Oh yeah,
fun.
that was free at one point. Yeah.
It was. The very same version that Glacy uses.
RPG Maker 2000
XP.
or XP, yeah, 2000.
2000
XP.
can't export maps. But anyways. Who should we go, smack?
Smack them with the big raid because we got 2 raids worth of people that just dropped.
Hyena Chews?
Assuming they're still around. There's 13 people.
Hyena Chew.
Hyena
Yeah,
Chews.
it's been a while since we've raided the Chew.
They're doing art.
Attack them!
When
Free.
everybody gets into the stream, just pat the hyena on the head.
Patayin.
Follow or subscriber only, chat. So yeah, Hyena Chew is doing art. They are currently drawing a paw. And yeah, hope you guys have fun over there and enjoyed the session. It was fairly small and, not small, but simple. And we have lots of things coming. So look forward to it. Take
Thanks
care
for joining us.
and have fun. Off you go.